Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, personifications of the divine feminine and masculine. Anyway, welcome. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to extend a warm welcome to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, belief system, orientation, how they are feeling, whatever. This is a non-denominational spiritual space for us to come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and bask in each other's shared experiences of this very mysterious thing we call the universe. Hello, Rachel Black Moon. Welcome. I trust that those who are coming, although they may be faced with a variety of problems, adversities, challenges in their life right now, know that you are accepted here. I hope you find some comfort. Hello, Kane. You ask, do I ever yell and scream? Maybe if something really heavy is dropped on my foot. Otherwise, I express myself in more quiet ways to echo the silence of the soul. Hello, Ray. And hello, Dabini. Thank you for your heart me, by the way, for blessing us so early on. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Pantagor. Thank you for your heart me. And Tiny Diny. Meepy. Hello, Arthur. Hello, Chloe Evans. Hello, Jason Durham. Hello, Leighton. Hi, Sparkle. And hello, Obis. And Kimmy. And I'm happy that you're here, Dolly Pero. And thank you, Cat Ladybird, for your half dozen roses. Radhe Radhe. We've got a good sizable audience here already. So early on, we've just begun. I'd like to hear from all of you who's interested in attending to Question of the Day, which I just realized I forgot to prepare. So I'll have to think for a second on this Throat Chakra Thursday, all about self-expression. I would like to know how you express yourself in small ways. And here I can change the question of the day from 2 days ago to reflect that. But how do you like to express yourself in small ways? There. And it should update momentarily. There we go. All fixed. Throw handmade gifts to your friends, says Emma. I love that. Yeah. And thank you, Poppy, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Sparkle, you like to sing. That's lovely. With a smile, says Arthur. That is a nice, small way to express oneself. Through clothing, says Biggie Cheese. Through music, says Niche. By planting a garden, says Rachel Black Moon. Dylan, you like to let yourself experience childlike wonder. Now with that, even the tiny things become macroscopic, right? And that's a good question, Mir. RCS. I feel as though much of the spiritual path is not about acquiring anything as it is letting go. And what remains after you drop the expectations for how things are supposed to go, then you just know. See, you changed your name. Spaghetti Spork. Through laughter you share. Well, you certainly made me laugh. Through music, creating, in nature, says Kimmy. All three excellent ways to express yourself. And through painting, says Wian. Wonderful. Sam, you say through makeup, style, singing, and art. I love that. Hello, Destiny. Welcome back. Rain, you like soft and wild dancing. How descriptive. Very intriguing. Nice adjectives. By being yourself, says Divinely Chosen. That's a very wholesome answer. Thank you for that. Onyx, you share by cooking for your loved ones. That's wonderful. I'm sure they appreciate that. G2 Infinity, you share that you move in random moments from garden state. I like that. There is something very spontaneous about the present moment once you're there. Cat Ladybird says, spaghetti. Someone's hungry. Now, hello, Rahi. And by acts of kindness, as Lily stats. Wonderful. And me, RCS, you say being present in your friends' lives. You hope they find happiness from that. I love that. And Angeli says being underwater, like a good mermaid. Destiny, you say through music, art, nature, making others smile, and deep conversations. It's wonderful. Hello, Joanna. And hello, Brink Recovery. And thank you for your rose, by the way. Radhe, Radhe. And Fran, you like to paint. And Strung by Stacy, you like to sing out loud. Well, such wonderful answers, everyone. Thank you for entertaining my question of the day today. I certainly learned a lot about you and about myself through you in all the ways that the self can be expressed. I appreciate that. And me, asks G2 Infinity, how do I like to express myself in small ways? I suppose one way is by listening intently and showing others by remembering the things that are important to them, in that I wouldn't be who I am without my friends, and so just being a listener to them helps me express myself. So, without further ado, now that we've attended to my question of the day, why don't we read a short section from the book that we've been reading, just a few pages at a time, and then we can open the floor up to questions and answers on all things spiritual, philosophical, consciousness related, or universal. We've been reading a book that one of our audience members has gifted me, and through me, all of us in this Sangha. That is his guru's autobiography of sorts, called Roar of the Ganges. where the Ganges is a very spiritual river in India, also known as the Ganga. His guru's name is Swami Tadatmanandaji, and he has given our blessing, or his blessings, to all of us, and allowing me to read it to all of you. And he has also let me know that this book will be made for free as a PDF soon, so you don't have to go out and buy it, although you're more than welcome to anyway. At the time, before he was a renunciate, a monk, he was known as Mark. And here we recount some of his experiences in Rishikesh, a city in North India. He's currently staying at an ashram, a spiritual hermitage. This chapter is called Search for Fulfillment. We won't read the whole chapter, but we're starting here today, Friday, March 10th. The following morning, after Swami Prakash's Bhagavad Gita class, hey, I know that book, I walked down to the river's edge and waded through knee-deep water to a large boulder jutting out of the flow. I climbed onto its gently rounded top, familiar to me because I had sat upon this very rock to meditate many times during prior visits here. I knew how to fit my body into its smooth contours, so I could sit comfortably for hours. All around me water gushed tumultuously over submerged boulders, creating the exquisite music that only a river can compose. I looked northwards to trace the river's winding course out from the mountains. About a mile upstream stood the Sivananda ashram, where Swami Prakash had lived before. Nearby, the rope bridge Vijay and I had crossed yesterday dangled across the river. I closed my eyes and allowed my breathing to grow deep and slow, but I could not meditate. My mind was drawn back to yesterday's events at the cave, where we were reading he had met a sadhu, a kind of saint that was living in a cave for the last 10 years and had made a vow of silence. And so Mark and his friend Vijay had trekked up into the foothills of the Himalayas to meet him. But he was a little disappointed because he was expecting this yogi. And he very well could have been. But the image he had in mind was starkly contrasted to the fact that he was reading a newspaper. And a little while later, he got angry at another one of the visitors, so he thought about the sadhu, his lofty aspirations, and his apparent failure. Suddenly, the incredible irony of his predicament struck me, and I burst out laughing. He had renounced the world seeking fulfillment, seeking complete freedom from desires. He tried to cast off his desires outside the cave's entrance, but apparently those desires had followed him inside. I imagined him leaving his hometown, abandoning his beloved family and friends, and all that he enjoyed: delicious food, movies, cricket matches. I pictured him traveling to Rishikesh and finally arriving at the cave's gaping mouth. There, I suppose, he took a vow of silence and entered the shadowy cave to meditate. Day after day, he must have sat in rapt meditation in a hushed darkness of the womb-like cavity. Was it a struggle? I wondered. Did he achieve samadhi, deep absorption in meditation? I suspect that his meditation may have been frequently interrupted by thoughts about everything he had left behind. Sitting in that dreary cave, without the comforts and pleasures to which he had grown accustomed, would certainly have provided fertile ground for breeding desires. And the longer he sat in the cave, the more stridently those desires might have cried out for fulfillment. I don't really know anything about his meditation, nor could I have asked him for a verbal report. But I do know that if I deprive myself of something I enjoy, the desire does not simply disappear. Unsatiated desires can fade away in time, but sometimes they do not. They can fester like untreated wounds and grow in intensity. Desires are powerful. To attempt to rid them by mere suppression seems futile because they can hang on for years. And as long as desires are present, fulfillment is absent. No one feels fulfilled in the presence of desires. Even a single desire can make you feel unfulfilled, incomplete, and wanting. The Four Noble Truths, as expanded by the Buddha, declared desire to be the root of all suffering. And according to the teachings of Vedanta, an enlightened person is one who is free from desires, one whose sense of fulfillment is unobstructed by any kind of wanting. Freedom from desire, or more precisely, freedom from the sense of being a wanting, limited, inadequate person, is considered the fundamental pursuit of spiritual life. But how can you become free from desires, free from wanting things, free from likes and dislikes? You can choose to give up something you enjoy and desire, coffee for instance, but can you choose to give up the desire itself? If you stop drinking coffee, you will still want it. What you desire does not seem to be a matter of choice. Desires arise without your permission. Your free will, powerful though it may be, seems inadequate for the task of eradicating desires and preventing new ones from arising. Since desires cannot be given up by mere choice, suppose you try to satisfy them instead. Is it possible to satisfy all your wants? When will your last desire finally be fulfilled? New desires continually arise as others are satisfied. Desires seem to burn like fire. The more you feed them, the more they grow. One of the many Sanskrit words for fire is analam, whose literal meaning is not enough. Fire never says enough to the offer of more fuel. In the same way, the fire of desire will never say enough, no matter how much wealth, pleasure, or security is obtained. Yet, despite desire's ferocious appetite, we have all broken free of countless yearnings that once tugged at us. For example, I remember as a child being particularly fond of a teddy bear. I don't know what became of my furry friend, but I don't miss him. I outgrew the teddy bear. To put it more clearly, I outgrew that desire when I found a toy I liked more. I once considered the teddy bear to be a vital source of happiness, but I later found a toy truck that seemed a better source of happiness. And of course, the truck was later replaced by an even better toy, and so on. Desires are outgrown in this manner. Something desired as a source of happiness gets superseded by an apparently better source of happiness. This pattern extends well beyond childhood. As adults, we continue to seek better toys, but now those are new cars, spacious homes, and luxurious vacations. In the teachings of Vedanta, the basic principle underlying the quest for fulfillment is this: since we outgrow desire when we find something better, then we can outgrow all desires when we discover the source of happiness that can never be surpassed. And that ultimate source is found at the summit of one's spiritual journey. Having discovered it, enlightened persons become free from desire. For them, all worldly pleasures and accomplishments seem like childish playthings. The cave-dwelling sadhu's display of anger suggests that he had not outgrown all his desires. Perhaps his 10 years of silent spiritual practice had failed to lead him to discover what the ancient sages discovered. When my ruminations about the silent sadhu came to an end, I gazed at the sun's sparkling reflection on the river's undulating surface. The constantly changing patterns of shimmering light had almost a hypnotizing effect. My eyes soon closed, and I left the world behind, sitting quietly in deep meditation, with the Ganges alone as my companion. We will end our reading there for now, and we will continue it at another time. So I thank you for listening with us as we read War of the Ganges. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Allow me to extend my gratitude now back to you. You have a very, very hard to pronounce name. Something eyes. Thank you for your heart, me. And thank you, John F., for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Bobby Sue, for your heart, me. Team bracelet, and cheer you up. Jai Sita Ram. And he. Thank you for your balloons. Ariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart, me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Arthur, for your quartet of tiny dinies. Beep. Sky Guardian, you share that you can't wait to show Swami Tadatmanandaji the comments of people loving the book. That's very sweet. I'm excited for you to show him them too. It is a wonderful book from a wonderful being. Namo Buddhaya. Yenes. Happy to have you here. Hello, Anna. You know, I've had an emotionally charged week so far, but I'm allowing the feelings to come, and I'm feeling inspired to grow from them. Lots of transformation happening in the world and in my personal life too. But I look forward to being honored by sharing these experiences with all of you in our Sangha Thank you, Renvox, for your snowboard too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Tanhaoyu, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. MXY, you were wondering earlier if I was a girl. It's a good question. I think there are many feminine qualities in me, and masculine as well. Biologically, I was born male, and I still go by he, him pronouns. That hasn't changed. What has changed, however, is my understanding that what we are beyond the body and mind cannot be explained by a mere duality of this or that, like the ancient metaphor of yin and yang. I think there is a little bit of both within everything. And speaking of which, Maria, you asked, what does the Radhe thing you say mean? Radhe is the vocative form, something that English kind of has. When we want to vocate to someone, we might put the letter O before their name. Oh, mother. Sanskrit, the language in which it is from, has a more complex way of changing the sounds in someone's name in order to vocate towards them. So the vocative form of Radha is Radhe. Who is Radha then, that we are invoking? That would be one personification of the Divine Feminine. Here she is depicted next to the Divine Masculine, Krishna. But who is she really, if not this whole universe, as well as individual personality and duality itself? Those are big philosophical concepts, but that is the ancient definition of the Divine Feminine. We call the source masculine. For some reason, when we open the Bible, God prefers he, him pronouns. Why is this? Why not she, her? Well, there is another part of God that does prefer she, her. Whereas the Creator is the Divine Masculine, the Holy Father. The creation is the Divine Feminine, the Mother Nature. And she includes the whole universe. So, she is no inferior being. She is one with the source, in which she has sprouted from. So that is Radha. And by calling out to her, Radhe, Radhe, we are acknowledging the Divine Feminine as everything, including our own bodies, our own personalities, which have also come from that source. And thank you, Nanya, for your heart me. Oriom Tat Sat. Esmeralda, you're wondering if I have a podcast so you could come back to these lectures and streaming. I do upload all of these to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel as an archive for all of them. So you are welcome to see the catalog there. It's the first link in the link tree in my bio. Since I recognize the necessity sometimes to replay various parts and get the most out of it, that's there for you. 31 planes of existence. You ask, what's that Sanskrit you sing that sounds like it ends in Vaya? Let's see. Well, there is Om Namah Shivaya. Is that it? You know Om, the cosmic syllable. Namah it means I bow down to. Shiva is the personification of the oblivion in which all of existence returns to. And the suffix ya just indicates that we are bowing to Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya. I bow down to that oblivion in which everything returns to. Thank you, Bella, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. That is right, 31 planes of existence. As far as all of the characters in the English language are concerned, you have rendered it perfectly. However, there is sometimes an H, which is put at the end of Nama. What does that H do? Well, in Sanskrit, it's called the Visarga. V-I-S-A-R-G-A, Visarga. And it is an expulsion of the breath. Something very few languages have, but it's a very beautiful part of Sanskrit, where we force the remaining breath out of us. What that sounds like in the Om Namah Shivaya is kind of an exhale into the start of the sh of the Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. It's like we are giving our very breath into Shiva. Sky Guardian. You say I am so confusing. They wanted to know a different mantra. Vasudevaya. Yes, that is another one. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. That's a different one. That means salutations to the divine in the form of Vishnu, in the form of the all-pervading existence. Vishnu literally means that which is omnipresent. Of the Holy Trinity in Hinduism, Brahma, the creator, Shiva, the destroyer, and Vishnu, the preserver. Om Namah Shivaya is a mantra for Shiva, and Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, that's a mantra for Vishnu. Anthony, you are wondering, are you Hindu or Buddhist? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know the joke about the Dalai Lama going to order pizza? They ask, what would you like on it? He says, I'll have the one with everything. It's a dumb joke. I was watching an interview where they actually said that joke to the Dalai Lama, and he didn't get it, which I thought was even funnier than the joke. And then they offered him pizza, and he took a bite and walked out of the room. A very funny interview. But the point is, a true Buddhist or a true Hindu will always see themselves as so much more than either of those two labels. For a sincere spiritual aspirant, no label can confine you, because truth is unbounded. Truth is so infinite that words slip off it, like water droplets fall off of a lotus leaf. It's hydrophobic. Water does not stick to it. Similarly, labels, terms, descriptions, they fall off of truth like beads of water. And thank you, Noxie, for your rose a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Rooster John, for your rose too. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your whole galaxy. I'm starting to acquire a sizable universe from the amount of galaxies you have sent. Maybe enough to fill our local cluster of galaxies. What's it called? The Virgo supercluster, or Laniakea. I'm not that good on my astronomy. But thank you, This Is My Show again. Radhe, Radhe. Riley, you ask, how do I raise my vibrational frequency? Well, let's see here. What does frequency mean, if not a measure of how fast you are changing? When we say that a note has a low frequency, it's because the pressure waves it makes in the air changes very slowly. But a high frequency changes very quickly. So if you want a high vibration, then become highly adaptable. Don't be so stuck in your ways, resistant to change. Keep pursuing new ideas. Try out new strategies, new ways of thinking. Maybe look for positive habits that you could be trying out. And with all of these things, you vibrate that much faster. And thank you, Rooster John, for your finger heart too. Radhe, Radhe. And John F., thank you for your 7 finger hearts too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And what emoji is that? Looks like a newspaper or a computer. Nonetheless, I thank you for your finger heart a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, G, for your pair of roses too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Anthony, you asked, as far as nirvana goes, do you believe it's impossible to reincarnate after attainment? Let's play around with the words. Wordplay. When we say that one does not return to the world after enlightenment, what we mean is that their sense of self no longer returns to the world. What does it mean to have a sense of self in the world? It means that we give the world our power to control our happiness. For example, we look for validation from others. Our sense of self is in the world. We are motivated when others inspire us, and demotivated when others are bitter towards us. Our sense of self is in the world. To be enlightened means that you've withdrawn your sense from the world, that it's entirely determined by you, how you want to be, when you are happy, how you choose to express yourself. These are all sentiments created from within. So, an enlightened being still experiences the world. They are just no longer in it from an identification standpoint. In my opinion, this is my interpretation. Thank you, Riley, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Shakira, for your heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Nimisishota, if I pronounced that right. You share that you're really struggling with life and ask if I can answer a question for you. I can certainly do my best. You're welcome to share it. And you share that you struggle every day, that you have nightmares. You wake up crying every day. You see and hear demons. You're wondering what's happening to you and why. That does sound very overwhelming. And I thank you for sharing that, especially in such a public and vulnerable place. Life is hard. There are so many things that make impressions in our mind. Once they hit the subconscious, they can start festering. Sleep is such an important time, and I feel you. No one wants to wake up afraid. How do we come to heal our subconscious? That's what it sounds like the source of the suffering is coming from right now. But at the conscious level, you want to be happy. But at the subconscious, there are things that are arising and scaring you. If you have that opportunity, I think you would very much benefit from having an emotional support person in your life, such as a counselor or therapist. They can help guide us to our subconscious and begin to heal it. But in the first place, how did our subconscious maybe get damaged or put in a position where it needs to heal? Well, our subconscious is programmed, so to speak, by what we tell ourselves while we are conscious. If we are constantly absorbed in negativity, then that negativity sinks into the subconscious and begins to sprout. The subconscious is like an amplifier for whatever is happening at the conscious, but it's delayed. One could have something very traumatic happen to them in childhood, and then in adulthood they find that in the subconscious that problem had grown and grown into a really big fear or insecurity. We can counteract this process by constantly engaging in the opposite of traumatic or negative things. We can engage in positive, uplifting things. We can try to tell ourselves every day that we are important, we are enough, we are lovable, and begin to invoke sincerity through these affirmations. We can start reframing our difficulties into opportunities for growth. And by the practice of counting our blessings, we can shift our mind's negativity bias in towards an attitude of gratitude. I think with these slight changes, you may be waking up more and more ready to take on the day, instead of afraid of what might have happened yesterday. But I wish you the best. I thank you for sharing again, and you're welcome here anytime. And thank you, MJ, for your quartet of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And Mihai, thank you for your heart, me too. Hariom Tat Sat. Loser Eyes, you ask, Yam, what is more difficult to heal? A bad habit or an early damage to the subconscious? Sometimes bad habits form from early damage to the subconscious. So if you heal the wound in the subconscious, the bad habit may go away. I believe that habits form as a response to things that we've experienced in our life, good or bad. Likewise, the more we experience good things through the power of association, looking for the right friend group, finding the right community, watching the right videos, we begin to develop good habits that eventually supersede the bad ones. And thank you, Anson, for your bubble tea. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Dorian, for your heart meat. Jai Sita Ram. And Audrey D, thank you for your quintet of roses, a heart me and team bracelet. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 31 planes of existence. You share that the other day you talked about allowing emotions to move through. What emotions are you moving through this week? Let's see. This week, there has been a lot of anger, not just within me, but within my family. And for the sake of my family's privacy, I'll just describe the emotions without the events related to them. But yeah, a lot of resentment over how things should have been, and sadness that comes with that. Some guilt, a little heartbreak. I'm certainly only human too, and so there are many emotions that I experience off camera, and I took a day off from streaming yesterday so that I could process them a little more, and I very much thank you for allowing me to do that. But I do have good emotional support in my life. And talking to my therapist today, they asked me, do you feel like you are allowed to feel those emotions this week? And I thought about it, and I said, yeah. Even though that pain is there, I feel like it's allowed to be there. There are lessons I'm learning from it, and I'm open to transforming, growing from them. Thank you, Blixie, for your heartbeat. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your heartbeat too. Ryom Tat Sat. Riley, you say that you feel like I'm wiser than any therapist. That's not true. Everyone has their merits, demerits, more awareness in some things than others. I'm sure there are many things that I would be honored to teach my therapist, and maybe they are learning a lot through helping me. But I learn a lot from them too. They went to school for something that I never went to school for, and have dealt with many people in ways that I haven't. Another person listening is always going to increase your own understanding, never lessen it. You're very welcome, MJ. Thank you. And thank you everyone for your support. It does mean a lot to me. Anthony, you had asked, is it necessarily bad to want to suffer in peace rather than reach out for support? That's a great question. It seems like a lot of people feel you there. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your swan. Ryom Tat Sat. Sometimes self-isolation can be a coping mechanism, and it's important to allow yourself to receive help sometimes. Closing off from others could be a sign that maybe you should try opening yourself up, see what happens. However, solitude can be a beautiful time that we heal. Solitude allows us to just be with our feelings. If you feel like during that solitude you are indeed opening up inside, then you're more than welcome to take advantage of that time to just sit with yourself and your feelings. Let yourself feel whatever emotions may be arising within you. You share that you feel less lonely in solitude, and more lonely as you seek support. Yeah, I can see how that makes sense. It's funny how we can feel more connected to ourselves when alone. Some people might not understand the ways in which we experience life, and that's okay. We don't have to expect them to. Of course, Anthony. appreciate your sharing of what you're going through. Willow, you share that you love your solitude. And Zealot, you say that you find that you do the most work with help and the most rest in solitude. And that's the cycle of healing. That's well said. And Riley, you share that you love solitude until it starts to feel endless. Also very understandable. And Willow, you had asked, after sharing that you're going through some severe health issues, how do you remain at peace through all of this? I think my number one advice is to let go of the expectation to be at peace. Does this mean that you should expect all the worst to come your way emotionally? No, that's not exactly what I mean. I mean that the pressure of being peaceful can sometimes be one of the reasons we are unable to be peaceful. That is to say, if we are feeling sad, guilty, or angry, does this mean we are not peaceful? Not necessarily. And that's something that I myself have gotten confused with. That if I'm sad, that means I'm feeling it wrong. I'm feeling something that I could be feeling in a different way. But there can be peace that pervades the whole experience. A kind of understanding that what you're going through is allowed. That all the emotions that come up in this process are part of the depths of being human. Peacefulness can exist within every emotion as long as we allow ourselves to feel. Welcome, Echo Leaf. Well said, Riley. Peace is acceptance. And Zealot, you share that accepting the tempest is the first step to weathering the storm. On an unrelated note, Sky Guardian's wondering what I was drinking on my Instagram story. I was drinking lassi. My mother got a mango lassi, and I got a rose lassi. We were at an Indian restaurant because I was sad, and she asked if I wanted to do anything. I said I'd like to go to an Indian restaurant because the Indian culture is my happy place. And thank you, Chris, for your rose. And Nate the Great, thank you for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Willow, for your tiny. Yum, 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 yum. Unknown character, you share that you just feel like you can't be peaceful. That you get road rage and you can't stop getting upset at other drivers. That's alright. Oftentimes, our anger arises out of an expectation to be somewhere. Very common in traffic jams. Here I am, in the middle of this street, only burning gas money, could be at work, at this birthday party I was supposed to get to. I could be growing as an individual, hanging out with my friends. But here I am, stuck. It can be very frustrating. That's for sure. The good news is that even if you are late to something that you have a responsibility to attend, you're exactly where you're meant to be. Does this mean the universe is testing you and that you're meant to be frustrated? Maybe, but not necessarily either. Who knows the greater picture of things? The cause of the bad driver being rerouted to your destination. This cosmic play not only includes the motion of stars around its galaxy, or the galaxies around the universe, it also includes the drama that happens here on Earth. It might seem random or out of control, but I believe that it's all perfect in a weird and out of control way. I think remembering this, without expectation of who you're supposed to be, where you're supposed to be, can make those moments in traffic a little more opening. Thank you, Willow, for your fire a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. Charlene, you share that we need a sticker on our window to remind us it's not worth it. Right? Or in our wallet before we get our debit card out. It's not worth it. All right. At that rate, we should just get a tattoo. And thank you, Rhonda, for your hand hearts too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, John F, for your heart me and cheer you up. Jai Sita Ram. Goblin Brain, you share that your kitty named Odin says to me. I wonder how this could be transcribed. Is it more like a nonetheless, happy to have you here, Odin. Thank you. This is my show for your hanging lights. Did I say? Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Liz, for your rosa. Jai Sita Ram. Hello, Ghostface. Anson, you asked, is it better to find divine significance in oneself or accept insignificance? Beautiful question. And I think I have a good answer for you. The secret is to separate your higher self from your lower self. The spirit from the world. In the world, we truly are insignificant. We are like ants, on this moist rock, hurling through the void. It is massive, unending. There are so many billions of people, trillions of life forms, and we are in just a sliver of time. From birth to death, it goes by the blink of an eye. So worldly speaking, we must accept our insignificance. We can only do so much. Spiritually, however, the story is just the reverse. Our soul, whatever it is, consciousness, existence, bliss itself, has arisen as a fragmentary portion of that divine source. How do we know it's divine? Just by definition. Whatever is the source of all this, surely deserves the title of divine, or miraculous, at the very least. And it has given rise to this experience, this capacity to love, to be heard, to be of help, to experience. Now that is not insignificant at all. That is the most significant of all of existence. It's one thing to have something rather than nothing. It's a whole other thing to have this universe as our something. And all that is not even comparable to the miracle that you are as a conscious witness of life. That is worthy of keeping in your heart at all times, so that you may enjoy the wonder of this all. Anthony, you ask, if bliss is just a fragment of it, is suffering not also an equally important part of it? Well said and well asked, Anthony. Suffering can in some sense be described as an imbalance of experience. If we experience the same intensity that we do in suffering, but simply distribute it more evenly across our life, then that experience turns very quickly into bliss. I'm sure all of us have felt what it's felt like to have your whole body be feeling good. Maybe after a good meal, maybe after a certain substance was ingested, maybe after a good massage. There's many different ways in which our body can feel all good. Now imagine if that feeling of goodness was concentrated onto a single spot, maybe on your forearm somewhere. You didn't feel that sensation anywhere, but it was all added up onto one point. You would probably feel burning. It would feel like it was stinging. Just so much sensation just in one spot. It might even hurt. It might feel like you're being pricked by a pinhead. So with this thought experiment, we might be able to conclude that it is not that experiences come in different flavors. It's the distribution of that sensation which gives rise to pain or pleasure. So if we want to become more whole. And we can distribute our attention more evenly across life without getting stuck in some places more so than another. Thank you, G, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Sherlock Hawking, you say, nice to meet you, Yam. Would you be so kind to repeat where one might see a whole session of yours? Absolutely. And I appreciate your kind gesture. You may find all of these uploaded to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. And in case you have difficulty searching that, it's the first link in the link tree in my bio on my profile. I'm sure if you just search my username on YouTube too, you'll find it. And thank you, Audrey D, for your dozen roses. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Sky Guardian. And Zealot, in our analogy of pleasure and pain being homogeneous versus localized, you share that you would pick the point of delight to be on my back between my shoulders because I can't scratch it. I love that. And 8-Bit Boy, you were wondering where my videos had gone. You may find the full explanation in the FAQ section of the link tree in my bio. But to give you a long story short, I privated them. They weren't taken down nor deleted, they're just private. To give myself the space for a new beginning. I understand that many of you enjoyed watching them, and part of me is sorry that you can't watch them, at least not in the same way. I'm sure people have recorded them and you can find them elsewhere, which is fine. But in the background, off camera, although my mind was certainly stimulated by so many big concepts in mathematics, physics, and religion, I was not a very happy person. It was not uncommon that I'd snap at my mother or retreat into my room for long periods of time. Ultimately, what I wanted was not to just be another TikToker that provoked your mind. There are certainly no shortages of content aimed at providing hot takes to get you to think differently. But at some point I realized that I had to change, that the kind of content that I was putting out had to change. It needed to be more aligned with what I really wanted, which was a practical avenue to happiness. And if that avenue is one in which I have to surrender my old ways at the cost of embarrassment from others, that's a price I'm willing to pay. There is nothing so priceless as happiness. Anthony, you're wondering, does your perception of the present moment change throughout the day as emotions change? Absolutely. Well, the present moment is constantly changing. Or to be more specific, the things that occupy the present moment are always changing, including our body, our mind, and our feelings. But there's two things about this moment that does not change: the Brahman and the Paramatman. That space which the present moment is being held in, and the perceiver, the witness of it. So, in some sense, neither the present moment nor your perception of it changes if by the present moment we refer to the space of experience, and by perception we refer to the perceiver itself. But everything in between those two extremes, from the commotion of life to our thoughts and feelings towards it, absolutely do change. They are always changing. And thank you, Jasmine, for your heart, me. Radhe, Radhe. Amanda McCormack, you say I would rock a headband. I've been looking for those, like a nice hippie headband, right? Can't seem to find any. Although I haven't been looking that hard, to be fair. Anthony, you ask, the Brahman is my sense of self. Good question. Aham Brahmasmi is the Mahavakya, the great sentence, the great saying, meaning I am Brahman. So in some sense, your ultimate identity is that spaciousness that contains everything, Brahman. But our sense of self is often just one of the many things that's contained by that space. We keep a thought always ongoing in our mind until we're sleeping of who we are. That thought is called the I, the me, and mine. And that's always changing as the ego or the jiva. It's your awareness. Yeah, I like the way you rephrase that. I'll be right back, everyone. I hear my cat meowing at my door, and I'm afraid he doesn't know how to use the doorknob. So, the price of opening the door is he has to say hi to all of you. So I'll bring him. Sadly, he ran away when I opened the door. It's like he got fed up. You were too late, no longer interested. And thank you, John F., for your tiny and cloud bread. Yahoo! Loser Eyes, you ask, changing the tone of the conversation, always allowed. Do you know something about lion's mane mushrooms? I have heard that they're great for mental health from a physical standpoint, that they help the brain repair its neurology or something. I'm not exactly sure the workings of it, but I heard they're good for the brain. That's about the extent of my knowledge on it, though. However, the best thing we can give our brain is not any supplement in particular, but exercise, just like all other things. If we want to maintain our muscle strength into later life, then it's good to continue exercising. Similarly, if we want to maintain our sharpness of mind into later life, then it's good to exercise the mind too. That means do some Sudoku, do some mind games, little logic puzzles, maybe a board game. That can be a great exercise. Okay, Shadow is back. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You're gonna say hello to everyone on the internet. How you doing? Do you have anything to say to the masses? Wondering. Alright, go on. Be free, my love. Yes, I love you. Rubbing his face on the computer where all of you are on. And thank you, Fusis Divine, for your rose a minute ago. Radhe Radhe and Tattvam Asi. Thank you for your quartet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, Inevitable, for your trio of roses. Hello, Juniper Dawn. And thank you, Babiso, for your quartet of finger hearts. Hello, Alfie. Ryom Tat Tat. Yes, that is Shadow. And he is a wise, eternal-looking cat, I agree. I pass on all of your best wishes to him. Do you know that you are loved by many, many people, Shadow? He's looking out the window. He loves smelling the fresh air. "31 planes, you share that Shadow looks like he has all of the answers." Right? He's a thinker. You know, some cats, no thoughts between their eyes. Shadow, he's always thinking about something. Maybe a little too much. Anthony, you were wondering, do I indulge in herbal medicine? When I was a very exploratory teenager, I certainly did. I must pause on seeing Ben's comment, which is very funny. Thinkers are... Oh, I see. You were continuing it. Thinkers are the highest honor of Vedanta. I like that. But I also like thinkers are. I think, therefore I am. Therefore thinkers are. I thought that was the joke you were making. Nonetheless, I agree. I remember trying to convince my parents when I was a teenager that when I grew up I wanted to be a psychonaut. There are astronauts that explore the astro. I wanted to be a psychonaut that explored the psyche through psychoactive substances. And I did try out a few of them. And they definitely assisted in opening my mind up to spiritual things. But once my mind was open, I felt like I needed not to stand by the door anymore and walk through, see where it takes me. So for several years now, I haven't touched any psychoactive substances. I have been learning what is possible from within. You know, some people think that we evolved with the help of cannabis, because our brain has cannabinoid receptors in it. Why would it have such if there wasn't a use of cannabinoids? But the truth is that our body naturally generates endocannabinoids when one is feeling happy, a little goofy even. These attach themselves to the same receptors that other external substances do, yet without the need for them. So, when some people say that they're high on life, they really can be. Luz Reyes. You say that your name is Luz Reyes. It means in Spanish, Kings of Light, and you love it. Thank you for telling me that. I would have continued calling you Loser Eyes, because you know L-U-Z-R can be a modern contraction of loser. And I am sorry for assuming that. But you have a beautiful Spanish name that I have been mispronouncing. Thank you for correcting my ignorance. And thank you, Amy Gold, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. I'm not a loser. No, you are not. You are a winner. Big, big winner. Thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kevin, you are wondering if I can tell you about my parents. It's funny. We get so much from our parents, and so it very much makes sense to ask. You can learn a lot about me by learning about my parents. One of the biggest things I'm grateful for, besides of course having this body given to me by them, is that they have always been big on me finding my own way through life, whatever it is. I'm very grateful not to have parents who wanted a specific thing for me, like an occupation, a career, or a marriage, or a degree. What they wanted for me was my happiness, and any way that I got to, as long as it wasn't at the cost of anyone else's, then they would support me. So in some sense, you could say that my parents allowed me to be free, and so much of who I am came from my own discovery. And I do hear someone trimming their hedge outside. I may close my window in a second. But on the other side of things, they gave me the opportunity to discover the things that I am talking about. And I am just going to close that window. So I'll be 10 seconds. All right, I am back. Thank you, April Rain, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Didi May, thank you for your pumpkin spice latte and heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. I don't know if you'll be able to see him, but maybe I can show you. Shadow has decided to take a nap on a tapestry that's attached to the side of my desk. There he is. I love you, Shadow. So cute. So we have the blessing of Shadow's presence with us. And thank you, Leslie, for your tiny. Nyum, 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 nyum. Rory, you were wondering if I was bi. Statistically, I like to say that I'm straight. But that's just because I've only ever been with people who identified as more feminine. But everyone that I've loved has had masculinity as a part of them, just as any other quality. And I love that part of them too. I think historically, because I'm in a body of a guy who's pretty feminine, I end up falling in love with those in the body of a woman who's a bit masculine. So we balance each other out that way. But whether it be masculinity or femininity, the consciousness, the soul that they are, is forever beyond such terminology. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Amra, for your hanging lights. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Amy Gold, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, MJ, for your 6 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sherlock Hawking, you had asked, how would you suggest dealing with this selfish world? Spreading love will do the magic? When we look at the world in all of its defects, what we are really seeing is all the opportunity for growth. When we get caught up on the idea that these opportunities aren't moving forward, then we may get depressed over them. But the ability to see room for change in the world is a good thing. And when we look at it that way, then we shift from seeing the defects to seeing them as opportunities. No one is expected to fulfill all opportunities thrown their way. Opportunities exist only in relation to other choices. And so this world has a vast array of ways in which you could help. And we all have our own talents, our own skill sets, and aspirations. Whatever you're good at, you should help the world in that way. And not be discouraged in the ways that you're not helping. We always have more room to do more, and that's our blessing. The world is in the form that it is now, not because it needs our help, but because we need to help it. You might wonder what's the difference between phrasing it in the first way or the second way. Well, in the first way, by saying that the world needs our help, that's saying that this world has a problem, that it's not good, that it could be fixed. And until that time comes, then we are unhappy with the state of the world. But if we instead rephrase it like this, that we need to help the world, then we see that the problem is within us, and then we have control over it. Our need to help the world is because service is the destiny of our soul. Through helping, we become wiser, more knowledgeable about ourselves, humbler, and more fulfilled. The world, as it is perfect for our own ability to grow. The problems exist not as reasons that things could have gone a different way, but as a reason for us as evolving personalities to expand our comfort zone and experience the deepness of the human experience. And thank you, John Simon, for your rose and TGIF. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, 31 planes of existence, for your hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Duffy, you ask, is the world not shifting and splitting two ways at the moment? Let me look out the window. No, it's still there, all in one piece. I think we're good. Spiritually, however, indeed, many people's perception of the world is changing. Does this mean that you have to pick sides? Not at all. Everyone is evolving at different rates, and no one is more ahead than another, because the spiritual path is not linear. There are many dimensions to ourself, and all of us are traveling it in different directions. So no one can be said to be further ahead than another when the track that we're on isn't even a straight line. It's multi-branched, big spider web in both space and time. Gloria, you ask a wonderful question. Do you believe we create/manifest our reality? The situations that are put before us, we do have little influence over. There are so many things that happen in our day that we could never have seen coming. It seems like every day there's something that we could have been more aware of. Always some problem to solve. And although we might not be able to control where we are, how we are, that is in our capacity to change. The outer world may present itself in a variety of different ways, but you get to choose how you want to interact with that, whether you hold any bitterness or let it go, whether you seek the silver lining or become weighed down by all the darkness. We have, within our capacity, the ability to choose the positive over the negative, even though The present moment is always a mixed bag of both, sometimes in varying proportions. So in that sense, although we do not get to choose the objects of our reality, we do get to choose how we experience them. White Tiger, you share that you want to know more about astral travel. There is a whole world to explore, not just without, but also within. There are our memories, our imaginations, our feelings, our beliefs, imprints, residual from past experiences, and ideas about how the future may go. It's funny how, even while sleeping, our eyes may be closed, yet our sense of sight is fully alive while dreaming. We shut our senses off from the external world and make ourselves quiescent to the inner world. Everyone astral travels when they dream, but to do it consciously is another thing. To enter that state of meditation whenever you like, to explore deep parts of yourself. That can be a very difficult thing. It doesn't always have to take place so vividly. Some people describe astral travel as a fantastic adventure of the senses, exploring new worlds. And although this may be true in a minority of experiences, the vast majority of what we mean by astral travel is no different than the kind of introspection we do in therapy or while doing shadow work. The experiences are still on the level of the subconscious as we explore our fears and desires, but they are a lot less whimsical in nature and more serious, more practical. Why would one want to astral travel is a good question. It's one thing to do it, but another to have a reason. If the reason is in seeking new experiences, well, that is a very honorable reason, because we want to expand our horizons and understand more about what's possible. However, this shouldn't be at the cost of invalidating our previous experiences with this world, this reality. There is still so much wisdom here. You just have to know how to look for it. So much bliss, so much wonder. When we were children, we didn't necessarily need to go into a trance-like state to find that wonder. It was all around us, in the twigs, the leaves, the sticks, the stones, in our little action figures and playhouses. The whole universe was all around us, created from within. Diving into that childlike self again. Now that is the true astral plane. Then you can be awake, but be dreaming just the same. And thank you, Amy Gold, for your 6 roses you sent a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Anya Deya, for your subscription to this live. I do hope you enjoy the sticker pack that comes with it. And may I be of any service to you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Cams, you share that you're a believer and study the law of one. Do I? You're curious. I have listened to the audiobook of The Law of One, written by those who have transcribed the raw contact, which takes you on a journey into an octave of densities. And I love that idea. That spiritual growth is like climbing the notes on a piano. It may seem like you've only returned to the same note, but that's because you've climbed an octave. You go from middle C to the next C. It's still the same note, but you're also higher. So too, with cycles in life, it may seem like we're stuck in a habit, returning to the same place again and again. But every time we return, we're on another level, another octave. We've increased our ability to feel, understand, raised our own emotional depth, and hence become more knowledgeable to the aspects of our life. And thank you, the love of Adonai, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your hanging lights and 17 bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kirk, you ask a simple question. Why are you called Yam? Because my dentist called me it, and it's stuck ever since. I was in the waiting room, about 3, 4, 5 years old. In case I forgot my name, the receptionist put a little sticker on my shirt that said Liam. My parents spelt it with a Y. And next to my name was a little frog sticker on top of the name tag. But the frog was a little too close to the L. It looked absorbed into the frog. So when the dentist came out looking for Liam, he scanned the names, saw me, and read my name tag as Yam. When I looked down, understood what has happened, I thought, that's who I am now. I've been christened as Yam. And thank you, Joe Adams, for the Divas hat. I didn't even know that was a gift. Thank you. And for the hat mustache. Radhe, Radhe. Brody's boy, you ask, Yam, how does one fully find closure? How does one let go? If anyone can tell me, I'd also love to know. What I have found is that although there might be no Hollywood endings to emotional uncertainties in life, what we can do is grow from them And every day that we continue applying that effort to learn from them, it becomes a little easier. Is there ever a day where you're fully healed, fully let go? I don't think so. But I don't think it matters either. Because life still goes on. We still learn about ourselves. We still heal. And ultimately, it's not about where we get to. It's the processing that's important. And as we continue to forgive, to let go, to honor what we've experienced, it continues to get easier. But I don't think there's ever a time where life becomes easy. And it's okay that it's like that. Because we are always growing. Just like the universe. Infinite in nature, but still expanding. And thank you, JL, for your 11 roses. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Davy, for your heart me and team bracelet. Jai Sita Ram. Surrounded by shadows? Yes, you ask. What do you think about possessions? Entities through you speaking on words or actions. I see. At first I thought you were talking about things that you can own. But you are talking about things that own you. When we give a thought power over us, then we become possessed by it. If that thought is particularly nasty, we call it a demonic possession. If that thought is particularly pure, we call it an angelic possession. But the truth is, angel or demon, both exists, not physically, but in a subtle form we call as thought. Thoughts are very much alive. They can reproduce with other thoughts. They can be at odds with others. They can pass on from one being to another. They can get created and destroyed, having a birth date and a death date. It's important to recognize that in the landscape of one's mind, we have a faculty called the intellect, or in ancient Sanskrit, the buddhi, from where we get the name Buddha, that is able to discern which thoughts it wants to act on and which thoughts it doesn't. Know that you are not the mind, meaning you are not the one who creates thoughts. You are, however, the one who gives energy to the thoughts. If a certain thought that comes up rattles your cage, you don't like it, we say it's an intrusive thought. But the truth is that thought is always intrusive. No thought can ever fully express oneself, so we are naturally limited by them. But the purpose of thought is not to be contained by them, but to choose which ones we want to serve our higher self. So don't let them possess you. You possess them as the container of the thought. Know the relationship to be such, and they won't control you anymore. Great observation, Tattvamasi. Past brings desires, future produces fears, and those are most of your thoughts. Without fears or desires, what more could the mind do? Shadow, surrounded by shadows. I actually am surrounded by shadow. I'm not sure where he went, but Shadow, my cat, is in my room somewhere. You share that if the intention is pure, you can possess energies of entities. And I like that. If you have a desire for selfless service, for giving, then the more resources are bestowed to you. Thank you, Amanda. May your food be nutritious and delicious. Daninsky, you share that you like turtles. I like turtles too, and I haven't seen many here. I didn't even know that there were any turtles on the island that I live on, until I was walking across this bridge that went over a portion of a lake, and I was looking at the shoreline, and out from the bushes, from many yards away, this turtle climbed out into the sun, and I was so shocked, astonished. There it is! There's a turtle! And then he went into the bushes, and no one believed me. I like what Krishna says about turtles in the Bhagavad Gita, that much like a turtle withdrawing its limbs from its shell, so too, withdrawing our senses from the world, we become safe from the changes of this tumultuous landscape. Anthony, you ask, is it possible that the present moment is inherently unsatisfactory? Yes. However, two things are always happening: the inner world and the outer world. Most people are unsatisfied with the world, but spiritually, they're satisfied. They don't need to know anything more about spirituality. But in the world, there's higher occupations for them, a better degree they could obtain, a better house, better relationship, a better car. There are so many things in the world they're unsatisfied by. For a spiritual practitioner, it's just the reverse. You're satisfied with the world. It's as good as it's going to get. But spiritually, wow, so much room for growth. But spiritual dissatisfaction is a blessing, whereas worldly dissatisfaction is a curse. When we are not growing spiritually, then we are stagnant. We are unhappy. But when we are growing, and it's important to use that in the continual sense, not grown past tense. When we are growing spiritually, then we are fulfilled. So in a funny way, that spiritual unfulfillment is a transcendental kind of fulfillment because it leads to growth. And that growing is a deeper kind of fulfillment. Verb. I agree, Echo Leaf. Oh, the verb. Thank you, Lily, for your heart me, and for your half-dozen rosas. Radhe, Radhe, Tattvam Asi. You say, awareness is eternal. What is Shiva, the destroyer of? And what is Brahma, the creator of? Good question. We can look at the etymology of Brahma. Same place we get terms such as Brahman. Brahman refers to the very lap of creation. And when it is viewed as a source, we call it Brahma, what arises from that void. And what does arise? Shakti, the potencies, material energy, individual consciousness, and the relationships between them. These all have a beginning and an end. Everything material, from the quarks, gluons, making up the proton and electron, making up the atom, and others making up molecules, and others making up chains of molecules, making up organelles, making up cellular life, making up organs, making up organisms, making up an ecosystem, making up a planet, making up a solar system, making up a galaxy, etc. All these things, from the galaxy down to the quark, they have a beginning and they have an end. These things are what emerge from Brahma, the creator. And when we talk about that source as a sink, as Brahman, not just as the place from which all things come from, but also the place in which all things return to, then in that context, in that direction, we refer to it as the oblivion, Shiva. Spiritually, it's important to meditate on the concept of oblivion, on Shiva, because Shiva is also the place in which all of our desires, our thoughts and fears return to, since they are part of the material energy. Everything is a part of the material energy, except for your consciousness and your relationship with it. Charmander, you ask a great question. Yam, what is your best advice for finding peace / fighting off existential dread? Well, existential dread is the very feeling of fighting. If you try to fight it, you'd only be increasing its power by adding to all the things that you are fighting with. Letting go means also the control over your negative emotions, which you are trying to let go of. I suppose you could say that letting go of an emotion is like flying a kite and holding on to the string, but asking the kite to leave you. Begone, kite! Begone, kite! But the thing is, what we are holding on to, although isn't the kite, is that which keeps it bound to you, the string that is taut. The string connecting ourself to the feeling, that is our sense of control over it. To let go of the string, you let go of the kite. When it comes to existential dread, that feeling of fighting it off, that's your string. You let go of the need to fight it off, then the dread flies away too. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, young savage. All the best back to you too. Anthony, you share that it seems that your lesson is that by setting expectations for anything, you are always disappointed. In order to have expectations that aren't disappointed, we'd have to be perfect fortune tellers, in tune with everything. Who can do that? Except for God. So in lieu of not being the source of existence in its entirety, in this moment at least, if we want to be not disappointed, we have to make room for things that happen without our best wishes. You are eventually going to miss that last step and drop your buttered chicken and rice all over the floor. No matter how much you wash your hands, you are going to get that cold that really hits you. And no matter how good of a care you take over what you put into your body and what goes out of it, you're going to get that tummy ache that doesn't go away for a while. Not the buttered chicken, says Donzuela. Having goals is a good thing. But expecting the way to that goal to be linear only holds us back from reaching there. And thank you, Giuliano, for your heartbeat. Radhe, Radhe. And Mirmander, thank you for your little crown and campfire. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Aili, for your rose too. Jai Sita Ram. Sky Guardian, you say it's Vajana Amrut time. I agree. Today, it was like Christmas morning when I received a package from 2 of our audience members. The first was from Aquarius Lady, and the second was from Sky Guardian. Sky Guardian has sent us this book, which is very small on your screen. Allow me to make it a little bigger. The Vachana Amrut. It's a collection of 300 or so teachings from an incarnation of Krishna, known as Swaminarayan. It's a very small book. So we're just going to read the short introduction. Just a little fun segment in the Sangha, and then we'll return back to our regular format. This is the introduction to the Vachana Amrut. The Vachana Amrut is a collection of 273 discourses delivered by Bhagavan Swaminarayan during the last 10 years of his life, between 1819 and 1829. These discourses were compiled by 4 of his pious and scholarly Paramahansas, Gopalanand Swami, Muktananda Swami, Nityananda Swami, and Shukananda Swami. The Shastra encapsulates the very essence of the principles and philosophy of the Swaminarayan Sampradaya, or spiritual lineage, and is thus most foundational. I think that's a good introduction. So without further ado, we'll open with the preface. Let's see, now the preface is just some formalities on translating, as well as some disclaimers, which I'm sure all of you are generally aware of. Spelling conventions, readability. Alright, let's learn about who this discourser is, this Bhagavan Swaminarayan. He's the founder of the Swaminarayan spiritual lineage, and he was born on the 2nd of April, 1781, in the village of Chapaiya, near Ayodhya in North India, called Ganshayam. In childhood, he was pious, studious, and virtuous. His divine aura brought peace and joy to all. By the age of 10, he had acquired such mastery over the Vedas, humanity's oldest scriptures, and other sacred texts, that in scholarly debate in Kashi, he defeated learned scholars many times his age with his brilliant scriptural arguments. Could you imagine getting destroyed by a 10-year-old? Very humbling, I'm sure. At the age of 11, he renounced home to embark on a 7-year, 12,000-kilometer spiritual sojourn, during which he was known as Nilkant. He walked barefoot throughout India and parts of Nepal, braving extremes of heat and cold and visiting many sacred sites. He assessed the spiritual pulse of the people and realized that ignorance and moral lapses had deprived them of spiritual values. During his travels, he performed intense austerities in the Himalayas, and at the age of 14, under the tutelage of Gopal Yogi, mastered Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga. At the age of 18, Nilkant settled in the ashram of Guru Ramanand Swami in Gujarat and accepted initiation into the Sadhu fold. Renamed Sahajanand Swami, his life of discipline, devotion, and dedicated service touched all. Before passing away, Ramanand Swami appointed the 21-year-old Sahajanand Swami in his place as the head of the fellowship. Sahajanand Swami then gave the Swaminarayan mantra for his devotees to chant, and thus came to be known as Bhagavan Swaminarayan. He initiated many spiritual and social projects to remedy society's ailing conditions and reignite fading spirituality. Among other activities, he operated almshouses, built and recharged wells, and introduced education for women. He also actively campaigned to eradicate the practices of sati, which is female infanticide and dowry. With the faithful, those are two separate things. Sati is different, but also female infanticide and dowry. With the faithful following of his Paramahansas, renunciates of the highest order, he established the Swaminarayan Sampradaya, introducing much-needed social reforms, serving the poor and the needy, and challenging superstitions, addictions, and blind faith. Also known as Sahajanand Swami and Shriji Maharaj, he focused on promoting morality and molding spiritual character. Bhagavan Swaminarayan's practical spiritual ability appealed to and attracted people from all stratas of society, helping them to regain their lost values and piety. He taught his householder disciples basic moral codes and inspired them to abstain from alcohol, meat eating, dishonesty, adultery, and improper habits of manner and diet. Such was his divine magnetism that over 3,000 youths accepted initiation from him into the sadhu fold to lead a life of devotion and service to society. Among his leading ascetic disciples were Akshar Brahman Gunatitanand, Gunatitanand Swami, Muktanand Swami, Gopalanand Swami, Nityanand Swami, Brahmananda Swami, and Premananda Swami. In addition to the basic moral codes, these sadhus observed 5 cardinal vows, the 5 yamas. The first is celibacy, niksham, humility, nirman, poverty, nirlobh, detachment from family, nisneha, and disregard for tasty foods, nisvada. They traveled to the villages, teaching people, regardless of caste and creed, to live a pious and morally upright life. In a lifespan of only 49 years, he enriched humanity by building 6 majestic mandirs in Ahmedabad, Bhuj, Bardal, Dholera, Junagadh, and Gadhada, and alluded to the Vedic philosophy of worship of Purushottam, along with his foremost devotee, Akshar. To reveal this and other important principles of spirituality, he delivered discourses wherever he went. The profound wisdom imparted by him has been meticulously recorded in what is the most important Shastra of the Swaminarayan Sampradaya, the Vachana Murta. Bhagavan Swaminarayan advocated the path of bhakti, devotion, service, and spiritual wisdom to help one attain the highest spiritual state. Of all the various aspects of Bhagavan Swaminarayan's legacy, the most important was his promise to remain ever present on earth through the manifest form of Akshar, the God-realized sadhu. It is this succession that has sustained the ideals of Bhagavan Swaminarayan in their pristine form. The first in this spiritual succession was Akshar Brahman Gunatinanand Swami. He was followed by Bhagatji Maharaj, Shastriji Maharaj, Yogiji Maharaj, and presently Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who, incidentally, through the wish of Sky Guardian, I have written a letter to once before and received the blessings of in return, and on behalf of the Sangha, all of you as well. In his own lifetime, countless revered Bhagavan Swaminarayan as the avatar of Purushottam, the Supreme God. The Bhakti Sampradaya Bhagavan Swaminarayan, founded in his time, has thus emerged as one of the purest and most progressive forms of Hinduism, internationally known as the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha. Okay, that's a good introduction on who Swaminarayan is and what kind of spiritual lineage he has founded. This lineage was very dear to Sky Guardian, so I am very appreciative of you sharing such an important figure in your life. Later, we may read more about the current leader of the BAPS society. That's Pramukh Swami Maharaj, whom I have received the blessings of. More about their society, and finally get into discussing some of the discourses of Swami Narayana. Some pictures of him, just a young boy really, yet with an eternal soul, like all of us. So thank you, Sky Guardian, for sending that our way. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Mermander, thank you for the marvelous confetti. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Lily, for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Rachel, you ask, how can we send you gifts and books? Well, it is never expected, and the cost of a P.O. box is rather expensive. So if you really want to send something, and I can't refuse, then do get in contact with me. I'll give you my personal address with trust that You won't put a pipe bomb in my mailbox. And thank you, Mermander, for being so generous and gifting a subscription to Heal 703. I'm very honored to be in your service, Heal. And I thank you, Mermander, for your expression of generosity. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mermander, for another star. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, This Is My Show, for gifting a subscription to Isabella, Gregor, and Rich, all of whom I am always elated to have here. And so, I am grateful to be in service of all of you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I like the way you put it, Gregor. Y'all better send me appropriate things. Non-explosive. Unless explosively, emotionally insightful. Thank you, Angela, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bobby Sue, you share that every time I say Isabella or Bella, it reminds me of the Volturi in Twilight. Yes, I do think about Twilight as well now, every time I think of her name. Thank you, Emma, for your 11 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Echo Leaf, you share that you'd send poems. I believe you. And I would be most honored to receive them. Thank you, Mermander, for another heartbeat. And thank you, Linda, for your cube of roses. A 3 by 3 by 3 cube. 27 in total. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gregor, you share or ask. So when I said that Narayana was an avatar, was the name you said another name for Vishnu? That is correct. Narayana is an epithet for Vishnu, as well as Krishna. One that personifies a kind of king who's asleep at the bottom of an ocean. Very symbolic. And the protagonist of the Vachana Amrita, Swaminarayan, was said to be an avatar of such. A very recent one. Many people know of the incarnation of God as the Buddha 2,500 years ago, or even earlier, Krishna from 5,160 years ago. Many know of the Christ from 2,000 years ago, but there have been many more since, such as Swaminarayan, only 200 years ago. In fact, it would seem that God never leaves us alone. At any given time, God is walking around somewhere on earth. Thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And nor should we leave him alone, says Kalkiji. Well said. And thank you, Zaina, for your rose. Hariom Tatsat. Shakira, I almost misread your question. What was the equation of the day is what I initially read for a second. Maybe we should have an equation of the day. That'd be fun. But the question of the day, if you can wait a mere 24 minutes, then we can open ourselves up to the question again. But if you really can't wait, I'll tell you. And thank you, Angela, for your subscription. I see you purchased as well. Never expected, but always appreciated. And I hope you like the sticker packs that come along with it. And do let me know if I could improve upon the sticker pack. And let me know in other ways I could be more of service to you. Radhe, Radhe. Jules, you share that after coming across your live 2 days ago, my live, you realized that you have been talking soft-spoken and thoughtful. Well, I'm happy to have rubbed off on you a little bit. I'm trying to think where this quality of soft-spokenness has rubbed off from in my life. I really look up to many Buddhist monks in their ability to speak so softly. That seems to be a common trait among a lot of Buddhists, is that they deliver the Dharma just with such a gentleness in their voice even. Also, Sri Ravi Shankar, I think his name is, or more commonly known by his title, Guru Dev. He speaks with such a lightness in his voice. Always makes me feel so bubbly and light. It is said in some Upanishads, the philosophical layer of the Vedas, that a true saint is one who speaks softly, never trying to anger, nor is ever angered. I'm not calling myself a saint, I'm far from it. But at the very least, it's a virtue that we can try to cultivate ourselves. I'm happy that you have found a lot of love in Guru Dev as well, Kalkiji. He does have a gentleness that is unmatched. And thank you, Andy, for your 17 roses a minute ago. Ariom Tat Tat. Mermander, you share that I should make some physical stickers that you can take with you out into the world. I like that idea. Maybe you can put the stickers over the mouths of people who are talking negatively. That's how you shut people up with kindness, right? No. Thank you, Swin. Swin to the power of 33. For your 3, 4, 44 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Amy, you share that you hung up on your father today and got mad at him. He doesn't listen to me. You're always welcome to use anger to better express the sincerity of your feelings and to set boundaries. As long as we don't use anger to cross people's boundaries, but just to uphold our own, then that is allowed. So in that case, you can certainly forgive yourself. And thank you, John F., for your quintet of friendship necklaces you sent a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Haley Queen, you share that you're home now after 1 week at the hospital after surgery. You know, they say home is where the heart is. The good news is we always have our heart with us. But some places are just better at expressing what's in our hearts, more conducive to that love. And I'm happy that you've returned there. And thank you, Haley, for your heart meat and pair of team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. Linda, you ask, could God send us messages through our dreams? Well, if your question starts with could God, the answer is always yes. But could God doesn't always mean should God. Sometimes dreams are more fun than serious. 2 nights ago, I had a dream where I was with my friends in some building on a university campus in the middle of the night when we shouldn't have been. Probably because I've done that exact thing in my life before. And the security guard came and stopped us. Opened the door and said, "Hey, what are all you fools doing in here? Doing some tomfoolery? Get out." And for a moment I realized that I was dreaming, and so I thought I'd have some fun. So I started flying towards this security guard, and I said, "Don't you recognize me?" He said, "Cut that out." And then I flew through him and then whispered in his ear, "I am the ghost of this building. Why don't you ever take care of me?" And then I said something really funny, but I can't remember what it was. I said, like how a doctor takes care of a hospital, like a policeman takes care of a police station, you are supposed to take care of all the ghosts here. It didn't make that much sense. And then I opened the door, and there were all these other ghosts. And I said, "You never give any of us attention. Look, even Stephen Hawking's there." And he was. And he was just dumbfounded. You know, at first he thought he was kicking a bunch of hooligans from trespassing. And now I was teaching him a lesson. That he forgot to consider the ghosts who live here. Now, is there a meaning to be found here? Probably. If you think about anything for long, there's meaning to be found in it. But does there have to be? Nah. Sometimes the meaning is in the experience itself. And after experiencing it, that is enough. And thank you, Alice, for your pair of tiny dinies. a few minutes ago. Yippee! I'm happy that you are now well fed, Amanda. And now I hope to feed you with words. As you wish, Mahina. I will scroll up to read what you wrote. You share that. Oh, even further up. Okay. We're going on an adventure into the past. That your 5-year-old granddaughter sat on the fire in meditation style and said, Om, vibrating, never taught. It's fascinating. Sounds like your granddaughter was a yogi in their past life. On the floor, okay, not the fire. Makes me less concerned for your grandparenting. Why is there a fire that they are sitting on? Sounds like a samskara. S-A-M-S-K-A-R-A. A samskara. It's an impression remaining from a past life. You often find children have them. I very vividly remember when I was in daycare with this absolute menace of another child whose name was Zolan. Z-O-L-A-N. He would always say the strangest things, like, when I grow up, I want to be fat. But one time he said something so sincerely, and I never forgot it. I think I was 4 years old, so was he. He would always talk about how he used to be 7 years old. But he was only 4 like me. But he'd go on and on about the time when he was 7. Talk about a different parents, different mom, different dad, different house. And it always stuck with me. I didn't know what to make of it at the time. Samskara, past life impression. Lily, you share that your brother used to go on about how he was a sun in his past life. Vivaswan, the sun god. Who Krishna first taught the Bhagavad Gita to. That's very exciting. I realize I am late on my reflection of gratitude to those who sent gifts, so do allow me to continue. Haley Queen, thank you for your additional team bracelet. Riom Tat Sat. Her name is Lily, says Mahina. Well, Lily is a yogini. And Lily certainly performed her leelas. Lily leelas. A leela is a divine play. Lily leelas. Thank you, user 128, for your disco love. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Swin, to the power of 33 for your whole galaxy. Radhe, Radhe. Always a humbling gift. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Babi Su, for your cheer you up too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sammy, you share that your son talked about choosing you, about you choosing him on an island, and that his dad wasn't his actual dad. Reminds me of, I'm sure, all the conversations between Jesus and Mary, talking about his father. Oh, what do you mean, Jesus? Joseph never said that. Oh, no, not that father. I mean my actual father. Rude. He raised you. I know. And thank you, Kiana, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Tansuela, you share that your child, when he was 3, started talking of fishing. He'd never gone fishing yet, but your deceased brother fished. Now wouldn't that be lovely? To have such pure love as a sibling, even while leaving you in one life, return to you in another. Once a brother, then looked up to you as a mother. For such a love there can be no other but you. Maybe. And thank you, Amy Gold, for another finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Melinda, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram and Tatvamasi, thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Yes, I see your question, Tatvamasi, and thank you for asking it again. What's the best way to not forget about the inner source during daily activities? The reason we have an inner source is because the source is omnipresent. Omnipresent means within everything. Well, you're a part of that everything, and so it's within you. Understanding that helps us realize that it's also within everything that we do too. It's within the people we are talking to. It's within the action that we are performing. Hence, we cannot be unaware of the inner source when we externalize that inner source within everything too. So how do we do that? Recognize the omnipresence. I think that's where the help of a mantra comes in. It's very helpful to be chanting your mantra, whatever you're doing. It's okay if you're not always chanting it, but if you do it enough, to the point where it's now such a subconscious process that you start doing it whenever your mind travels, or you get out of bed, or you get off the toilet, you just notice that you start doing your mantra again. And that's a good sign that the essence of that mantra, dedicated to that inner source, is now part of the firmament of your conscious experience. And thank you, Mahina, for your 25 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Aili, for your rose and finger heart. Hariom Tat Sat. MJ, you share that when your daughter was 2 and 3, she was afraid of the quote-unquote man at the end of her bed. Thoughts on spirits? Gee, I would be afraid of the man too if she said that to me. Yes, there are always monsters in the dark. The eyes of a child are so piercing that they can see form in places where there are none. It's that malleability, the purity of a child's mind, which is able to tap into the subtle potential existing in everything around them. It is not just ourselves which make impressions on other selves. We make impressions on everything, like a kind of universal memory foam. Physicists, they're very adamant that one of the most important laws of physics is the conservation of information. That if you knew the exact state of something, then that tells you everything you need to know about its past and future. Likewise, if we could measure the vibration of every atom in the room, and with the help of a supercomputer, retroactively apply the laws of physics to figure out how they got to the state they are now, you could listen to all the conversations that happened, see all the people that have come, grown, and gone. If walls could talk, as the saying goes, there's so much information in them. I think in certain very opening states of consciousness, we might become subconsciously aware of the enormitude of the energy, information that exists all around us, all of the stories existing in the subtle vibrations of all of the atoms in our very surroundings. Perhaps a child, that childlike wonder, is an example of such a state where we become a little unconsciously in tune with the impressions of life that have once lived there. Thank you, user 740, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of ice cream cones. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Aili, for your hand hearts as well. And positively groovy. Thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Giggles Mekaha. Thank you for your rosa. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Aili, I was thinking about doing a video on my ASMR YouTube channel where I do a chant and maybe talk about the benefits of chanting from a standpoint of anxiety and the mental health benefits of japa, recitation, chanting. So thank you for adding to my inspiration. Ra'id Hanun al-Sabah. You share that you asked the Imam about killing the unbelievers. And he told me this is true if we become the majority. Yes, I remember you asking about the interpretation of this in a previous live. It's of course a very heavy topic. Death has such a weight to it, especially when it's forced upon one. And there I gave you the interpretation of killing the unbeliever within yourself. There we find a part of ourself that may be doubting truth, and doubt only leads to more doubt. And this cycle of doubt can bring us down in our spiritual pursuits. So, not having blind faith, but having confidence in your faith is important for a spiritual seeker. I would say that what your Imam has shared, also, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but I understand it's a authority on the matter, still applies to the interpretation I shared. When faith becomes the majority within yourself, then that positivity can overcome the negativity. But at the moment, most of us exist in a doubting state. Most of our being is pervaded by doubt. So we must become the majority within ourselves. Let faith be higher than that doubt, and then that doubt can be slain. But listen to what your heart says on the matter. What makes sense to you? And thank you, MJ, for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe, and goodbye as well. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna also uses such a vocabulary to describe the slaying of doubt. I believe in chapter 4, which, by the way, we have read ASMR style on my ASMR YouTube channel. I uploaded yesterday all about Jnana Yoga, the yoga of knowledge. Let's see, if I can't find it, it's okay. I have found the chapter, but can I find the quote about doubt? I think I found it. Yes. Therefore, it's actually the final verse of chapter 4. Therefore, with the sword of knowledge, cut asunder, which is, very Very graphic terminology. What are we cutting asunder? This doubt about the self. What is the doubt about the self? About being a servant of the Supreme Self, being a soul in relation to the super soul, that is, in this case, Krishna, but in other words, Allah. The full verse is, therefore, with the sword of knowledge, cut asunder this doubt about the self, born in your heart out of ignorance. Take refuge in yoga of knowledge, and arise, O descendant of Bharata. More about that chapter on my ASMR channel. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. I love that, Amanda. If we begin with certainties, we shall end in doubts. But if we begin with doubts and are patient in them, we shall end in certainties. Now that is beautiful. And thank you, Giggles Mekaha, for your rose. And you share some words of wisdom as well, that any closed hand will not receive any gifts. A closed mind accepted nothing. Not that which the mind can think, but that whereby the mind can think. And thank you, Giggles, for another rose. Radhe, Radhe. Alright. Now we have elapsed a good 3 hours into the live. And I promised Shakira that by now I'd reveal the question of the day again. And I will have a look at your message after, Sky Guardian. My question of the day for all of you, before we go into reading more from our book and then a closing chant, is how do you like to express yourself in small ways? In big ways, of course, there are many, but small ways, just as our soul is infinite, it's also infinitesimal, and so small things can be a great way to express our self as well. Renvox, you like to sing. That is always a beautiful way to express oneself. And Carrot, you do so with a smile. Love that. Mermander, you love being kind to other people and making them happy. And how about me? Well, I'll give all of you the floor for now. And afterwards, I'll tell you my thoughts. Amanda, you like writing poetry. And user 308, you like making everyone feel included. Hey, I said small ways, not big ways. Making everyone feel included is a big, big thing to do. But it can start from small ways of inclusion, that's for sure. Just from physically opening ourselves up, shoulders pointing towards the person we want to include, our feet not pointing away from them. These are small ways in which we can have everyone feel included. For example, Gregor, you like to wake up, eat breakfast, tend to your farm, say thanks to the sky, rest, sleep, and repeat. Each and of their own, those are all small things indeed, but together, as a whole, they make up something big, big, big. And good morning, Shadow. I see you have awoken from your nap to swap sides that you're laying on. I do that too. Wake up in the middle of the night and go, I bet my left side would feel so much better than my right side. Garrett, you also like to make art, and that's wonderful. Isabella, you like poetry too. And it's me, Jessica. You share that you cried so hard today, and that's okay. I had a good cry yesterday too. It was funny, I think just 2 days ago, I was talking about the fact that I almost rarely cry, but when I do, I take full advantage of it. Well, I can tell you I took full advantage of it yesterday. And sounds like you took full advantage of it too for you today. Anthony, you like to slow down your thoughts as you speak. It usually results in confusing sentences. Well, confusion is the name of the soul. At least by any intellectual standard. It certainly can't be understood. Lily, you share that in small ways you like to express yourself externally. Color of clothes, lots of jewelry, and being mindful to others. Those are all wonderful ways, Lily. Alea. Scott Bright, you share that you mowed a yard for a neighbor who can no longer do it. Well said, and well done. Very fulfilling. Dansuela, you like to lead with compassion, always. And so powerful you are. And thank you, Anthony. Be free. And Gregor, you are also like Shadow in that way. And that makes 3 of us. And Gregor, you share that another name for the soul is wonder. You think that was said here the other day. Indeed. What is wonder if not accepted confusion? And what is confusion if not rejected wonder? Why did I cry yesterday? Asks Echo Leaf. I cried yesterday in, I guess, saying goodbye to a loved one. It wasn't a death by any means, but goodbyes can happen in many forms. So it kind of felt like one. Now, these are all wonderful responses to my question of the day, so I thank you all for engaging in them with me. I know Shakira was wondering, so maybe she can answer in the future, a recording of which, otherwise, perhaps she is asleep by now. Now, what ways do I like to express myself? Smally, is that a word? In small ways. I like to leave little Easter eggs around my community, like all write on a piece of paper that I love you, and then whoever finds that piece of paper may feel a little love. Or I'll go down to the beach and I like to stack up the rocks to see how high I can stack it before it falls down. And I hope that gives someone just a little sense of wonder when they see it. Wondering the kind of patience that went into it. And how, even though a strong wave could have knocked it down, the slow rising and dropping of the tide was not enough to challenge its stability. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Faithful being, you share that you don't express yourself. Of course not. You feel like people would run away or be overwhelmed or confused. Sometimes that's the best reaction. Because if you're overwhelming, then that means you are so vibrant, so big to the senses, spontaneous. You make them question. If they're confused, you make them wonder. You are hard to define. And those are good signs that you've expressed yourself correctly. And Silverfish, you share the question, how can you let go of something when you don't want to? I was talking to my therapist today about this, and they said, of all the feelings that arise and parts in our system, if it arises from grief, we know that's one of the parts that can never be forced into letting go. Nobody can intellectualize their way out of letting go of something in which they grieve. If it is from grief, then that process happens in its own time, on its own timeline. We have to respect the patience that is required to process that grief. And so there is no necessity to always let go, especially when that takes time. Now, why don't we continue reading Roar of the Ganges, a book written by Swami Tadatmanandaji, who has given me his blessings in reading this to all of you. I emailed him several times explaining that I intended to read to our Sangha. No problem at all, he said. He has written his best prayers and wishes here. And I asked, should I encourage our Sangis to buy your book, since I feel like I'm giving them a free audiobook? He said, no, I will be making this book free as a PDF soon, so you don't have to even encourage your viewers to buy it. And I thought that's a very nice gesture. Would I mind turning down the music for the reading? Not at all, let me do so. And that's a good idea. Here, I'll turn it down 11%. This book is somewhat of an autobiography, but not over his whole life, simply from his spiritual life, where he left his computer consulting firm to go explore Vedanta, the study of the Vedas, on a little bank of the Ganges, also known as the Ganga River, very spiritual place, near the city of Rishikesh, North India. Here he's staying at the Swami Dayananda Ashram. All rivers in India are considered sacred, but among them, the Ganges is the most revered. The river is personified as a loving, wish-fulfilling mother goddess, addressed by her Sanskrit name, Ganga. Many Hindus believe that bathing in her purifying waters just once is sufficient to wash away all of one's sins. Sadly, its waters are no longer pure in a biological sense. They have been polluted by the masses of humanity that live alongside its banks. The river flows eastward through one of the planet's most densely populated regions on its 1,000-mile journey across the plains of North India to the Bay of Bengal. But here in Rishikesh, the Ganges is still pristine, like a ribbon of crystal curling through the mountains from its origin 100 miles to the north, where it emerges from an ice cave at the foot of a mammoth glacier. The perennial flow of the Ganges, descending from the Himalayas, is said to symbolize the flow of wisdom from the ancient sages down through generations of teachers. This stream of spiritual knowledge is sometimes called Jnana Ganga, the sacred river of knowledge. Just as the origin of the Ganges lies in the remote Himalayas beyond all civilization, the source of Vedic wisdom lies beyond the mundane world in the inspired vision of ancient sages. And just as the Ganges waters purify souls by removing sins, so too spiritual knowledge purifies by removing the stain of ignorance. Ignorance is the ultimate obstacle to gaining the wisdom of the ancient sages. When that ignorance is destroyed, the sage's vision of reality becomes as transparent as the crystalline waters of the Ganges here in Rishikesh. A verse from the Bhagavad Gita that Swami Prakash had discussed in a recent class said, "There is nothing in this world so purifying as knowledge. One dedicated to the practice in due time discovers that very knowledge within their own self," which incidentally is from the same chapter that we released on the ASMR channel on my YouTube, linked in the link tree in my bio. That's chapter 4, Jnana Yoga. Sitting on the rock, surrounded by the river's surging current, the Ganges herself seemed to be talking to me. Her soothing voice stilled my mind and gradually pervaded my awareness, crowding out everything else until no other thoughts remained except the sweet, comforting sound of rushing water. Then the river's voice grew softer, more transparent, more delicate, as if it were receding into the distance. Before long, it faded into silence. Silence. Not an empty, dumb silence, but a conscious, luminous, peaceful silence. An aware, full silence. A perfectly fulfilled silence. I must admit that my meditations do not always reach this state. Sometimes my mind goes on chattering wildly, and the arsenal of meditation techniques I learned over the years seem useless. At other times, I fall into a sleep-like stupor, or a dreamy fantasy land. But often my mind becomes profoundly still, peaceful, and blissful. You have probably had similar experiences while meditating, or possibly while walking, in a place of exquisite natural beauty, or while listening to your favorite music. Yes, I see you, Shadow Bear. And you have awakened from your cosmic slumber. Here, I hear your lovely voice. You are so good at expressing yourself. Yes, he wants that door open. Here we shall open it for him. I will do so. One moment, please. Even though we don't speak the same language, he is so good at conveying what he needs me to know. I am very Canadian with my pajamas, my plaid pajamas, aren't I? You know, I go everywhere in my pajamas. I even went to a nice restaurant yesterday in them. Yes, you probably had similar experiences of that peacefulness, blissfulness, while listening to your favorite music, for example. In these experiences, the habitual churning of our minds subsides temporarily, setting us free from the usual mental clutter to enjoy a moment of silence. A moment of silence is not a great achievement. It is, after all, just silence. But that silence can be a great teacher. Volumes of writings could never convey its simple, wordless message. As the world receded from my awareness, as my thoughts, feelings, and memories subsided, I felt myself increasingly filled by peace and contentment. Where did that sense of peace and contentment come from? It could not have come from outside. I was withdrawn from the world. Nor could it have come from thoughts, feelings, or memories. They were fading away into silence. That peace and contentment could only have arisen from a source deeper within. Happiness is within is a platitude much repeated, but perhaps not thoroughly understood. In the experience of meditation, however, its meaning becomes quite clear. In meditation, happiness is not the result of acquiring something. It arises naturally as thoughts wane. mental activities apparently obstruct happiness, preventing it from arising. The process of meditation has been compared to cleaning a dirty mirror. When you remove the thick layer of dust, your own image suddenly becomes clear. In the same way, when mental obstacles are removed through meditation, peace and happiness, which abide in the hearts of all, naturally become manifest. I'm happy you're here, Inevitable. As the Buddha and other great sages discovered, it is the presence of desires that obstructs happiness. When a desire is satisfied, you become happy not because you obtained or accomplished something, but simply because the desire is gone. The source of happiness is actually within yourself, not in the desired object. To illustrate this, consider a child who likes ice cream and, that's me by the way, naively assumes it to be the source of happiness. If 1 scoop of ice cream makes him happy, 2 scoops would make him twice as happy, and 3 scoops that much more. By this logic, eating 5 gallons of ice cream would give him ecstasy rather than a severe stomachache. Obviously, ice cream cannot be a source of happiness. Nevertheless, it makes him happy. When he enjoys his favorite flavor, the delightful experience captivates him. He is momentarily enthralled by the experience. As long as he is caught up in the experience, all his desires are temporarily suspended. And in the absence of his desires, he enjoys a moment of happiness. The teachings of Vedanta are explicit in showing how the true source of peace and happiness lies within. This is vividly revealed in a dialogue between 2 sages, husband and wife, recorded in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the teachings from the great Brihad, forest, Aranya. Yajnavalkya lived in that forest with his 2 wives, Maitreyi and Katyayani. Yajnavalkya was a celebrated sage, a teacher of kings, and the bold champion of many philosophical debates. Polyamory, I respect it. He wanted to leave his home and take to a life of solitary meditation. He said to Maitreyi, "Dear, I want to leave our home. Let me make arrangements for you and Katyayani." The arrangements he proposed to make were financial. He wanted to leave sufficient wealth so that his wives could live comfortably in his absence. But Maitreyi, being as sagacious as her husband, did not agree to this arrangement. She was somewhat advanced of age and reflected on the fact that all comforts would be useless after her death. She astutely asked her husband, "But dear, if this entire world with all its wealth were mine, would it make me immortal?" Yajnavalkya's answer was simple and honest. "No, dear. You will live as comfortably as wealthy people can live, but there is no hope for gaining immortality through wealth." Maitreyi was not satisfied with mere comforts. She knew they were not the source of happiness. She thought lasting fulfillment and peace, perfect and contentment that could not be shaken even by the threat of death. That's what she thought, sorry. Therefore, she asked, "What is the use of anything that will not make me immortal? I want to know the truth that you have discovered. Give me that alone." Yajnavalkya saw that his wife understood the limitations of worldly pursuits and that she sought enlightenment instead. He was delighted that she shared his vision of life. He said tenderly, "Your words are as dear to me as you yourself are dear to me. Come, please sit down by me, and I will tell you. Contemplate well what I am about to say." In a series of almost identical verses given below in condensed form, Yajnavalkya taught her that whatever we pursue for the sake of happiness, whatever we truly love, is not the actual source of love. The real source of love is one's true self. He says, "It is not for the husband's love that she is loved, but for one's own love the husband is loved. It is not for the wife's love that she is loved, but for one's own love the wife is loved. It is not for wealth's love that it is loved, but for one's own love wealth is loved. It is for one's own love that everything is loved." In Yajnavalkya's poetic vision, the presence of people and things dear to us invokes the love already present in our hearts. Within each person is the true source of love, happiness, peace, and contentment we all seek. According to Yajnavalkya, that source is one's true self, the Atma. Traditional teachers have long taught that one's true nature is distinct from personality. The true self, they declared, is independent of the physical body, independent of the forces enlivening of the body, and independent of the mind with all its facets. Some modern teachers refer to this as spirit. Others call it soul or self with a capital S. Each of these expressions are meaningful, but confusion can easily arise because the words have different meanings for different people. To avoid any possible confusion, I will eschew them and use instead the Sanskrit word employed by traditional teachers, the Atma. For Yajnavalkya, Atma is the ultimate source of all love, happiness, and fulfillment. As his dialogue with Maitreyi continued, he said, the best way to seek fulfillment is to look within oneself and discover Atma. "O Maitreyi," he spoke, "Atma should be discovered. It should be known through a teacher, reflected on through reasoning, and meditated upon steadfastly." Here, Yajnavalkya directs our attention to a radical change of orientation that takes place in the spiritual pursuit. As long as the source of happiness is mistakenly assumed to be outside of oneself, a futile struggle to gain lasting happiness and contentment ensues. This struggle, known as the life of samsara, or worldly existence, continues because lasting fulfillment can never be achieved by merely satisfying desires. The life of samsara has been compared to drowning in the ocean. A man struggles to the surface for a gasp of air, but as soon as he fills his lungs, another wave crashes down, submerging him once again. The struggle for happiness, while less dramatic, is no less frustrating. Moments of happiness are fleeting. We satisfy desire after desire, yet lasting fulfillment remains elusive. Yajnavalkya's teachings address those who have recognized the futility of trying to satisfy all desires. He points the way to freedom from the struggle of samsara, freedom found through spiritual pursuit, in which one is led to look within and discover Atma, the true self. And if the lives of enlightened saints are any indication, those who have discovered the true source of love within become filled with love for others, a love that knows no bounds. And so, let us pause our reading of Roar of the Ganges there for tonight. And before we close our Sangha, we will open with a chant directed by none other than Swami Tadatmanandaji again, the author of this book, sent to us by his devotee, Sky Guardian. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Allow me to extend my gratitude back to you now. Now let's see. Waste of time. Thank you for your hand hearts many minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And yes, I'd love to explain the benefits of chanting Dylan before we begin. And I see your question, Marmandar. Amy, thank you for your trio of ice cream cones. Jai Sitaram. And Marmandar, thank you for your 13 ice cream cones. Hariom Tat Sat. Trying to fill up the young boy's need for ice cream whilst we read. Very funny. Mermander, you share that you find peace in these lives and attachment to the community, so therefore fear in losing it. Now, of course, with all things that help us open, we may become attached to them indeed, and we may also process the grief when we move on from them. But eventually you will, and that doesn't set you back in your spiritual progress. There is no lost progress on the spiritual path. And if in any way I can make that transition in the future easier, I would be happy to oblige. But the truth is, as much as my ego loves to think that I am the source of peace, I must remind everyone that any peace that's found in this Sangha, we find it within ourselves. We found it through connecting, not to anyone in particular, but to our own self. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Jarrett, for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, one cheeky chick, for your heart me too. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, James, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Faithful Daily, or Faith Daily, for your 8 roses. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Jared, for another 41 cheer you ups and a rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Gina, for your additional rose. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, James, for your bouncing beach volleyballs. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Vetwise, for your rose too. Thank you, Joanna, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. So, Dylan, you want to know the benefits of chanting before we begin? And while I explain that, allow me to tease the mantra that we are chanting today. Chanting, whenever you get an earworm, part of your mind is listening to that catchy beat over and over again. Sometimes, if it's not music, we might be replaying a conversation over and over again. There seems to be a very prominent faculty on our mind which is really good at replaying things. And this ability helps us kind of crack open the experience to find the beauty inside. Not so different than hammering at a geode with a hammer. How old were you when you discovered that some rocks have crystals inside them? I know, when I first discovered this, I smashed every rock I could in my backyard and convinced my parents to let me use a sledgehammer. And I never did find that geode. Sometimes I'd find some sparkly stuff, some minerals inside. But with repeated hammering, I eventually smashed almost everything open in my backyard, searching for that beauty. Likewise, chanting, recitation of mantra japa, is like that hammering, and the mantra is the geode which we open through repeated contemplation, and eventually we find the beauty inside. So that is the benefit, the practicality of chanting. The mantra that we are reciting today, and let me just pause the background music. Is Shri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ram Om, which is really just a recitation of the name of Ram, but you can interpret it as having the sentiment, may that Ram, may Dharma or righteousness prevail. And we will listen to Swami Tadatmanandaji's recitation of it himself, which is a little quiet, so I'm going to really boost the audio. You can tell me if it's too loud. I'm going to have to do that because it's also a little muffled. And this mantra and raga, the music behind it in particular, is dear to Swami Tadatmanandaji. Sky Guardian writes, because it reminds Swamiji of sitting with his master, Pujya Sri Swami Dayanandaji Saraswati, whom the ashram he was staying at is named after in the book. During guided meditations, and Swamiji would be overcome with a feeling of peace, especially in his presence, that everything was okay, no matter what. So, I am going to learn how to pronounce it with you all, the right speed. Normally what happens is he first says it and then he asks everyone to recite it with him. Goes back and forth like that until it really clicks. So you're welcome to join. If not, thanks for being here and you can just listen along. again, oftentimes these recitations go on for quite the time, given that we are not in an ashram. I will save you the burden and just wet your whistle with a good 5 minutes of chanting. I hear you, my lovely shadow. You want back in again? Well, I cannot refuse such a precious meow. Do excuse me a moment. I have to attend to the man of the house. Welcome back, oh King of the Shadows, oh Emperor of the Shadow Realm. Oh, and look what you have around your neck. Shadow, you have bling. Can you see that? You're all blinged out. You got a gold chain with diamonds in it. Where'd you get that? You're a pimp, Shadow. You're a pimp, hey? He's all iced out. He's dripping. Some of you are wondering what was in the other package that I mentioned. I got one from Sky Guardian containing the Vachanamurut. Now I see my phone disconnected. Allow me to reconnect myself momentarily. And I think it might be because I accidentally closed out of the wrong program instead of my web browser. Nonetheless, the connection shall return momentarily. Yes, Shadow. I hear you. You want the door open? Yes, I opened the door for you. Now my phone is taking an unusually long time to reconnect, but here we have returned. As I was saying, in the other package that came today from our good Sanghi Aquarius lady, she had bought our cat that blinged out collar. It's not real gold. I certainly wouldn't accept such a lavish purchase. But the cat seemed to enjoy it, so I very much appreciate it. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we were chanting. Do allow me to extend my gratitude to you now. He does want the door cracked so he can come and go as he pleases. Such is the nature of cats, always expanding our boundaries. Actually, however, he was meowing at a different door in my room. Thank you, Joanna, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Gregor, you are wondering, so is Rama synonymous with righteousness then? He is a personification of righteousness. Rama was the past life of Krishna. Now what do you want? You're not near a door. Oh, now you are. Yes. Which door do you want open? I wonder. Is it that door? He is very talkative. Okay, yes, I am coming, O Lord, O Master. Here you go. Shadow almost never meows, but when he does, you know exactly what he wants. And thank you. Thank you, Jared, for the you're amazing. The rose, the hanging lights, another rose, 2 fires, and a donut. Radhe, Radhe. And Mahina, you thought that was your Tinkerbell. Aww. Thank you, Mickey, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Jared, for another tiny jewel. Yippee! And MS Creative Expressions. Thank you for your rose, Heart Me, and Team Bracelet. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Mickey, for another rose from you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jarrett, thank you for sending a subscription to now Stephanie C. Mills, Julia, Red Fox Mooncraft, and Sean Taylor. You know, at this rate of your generosity, I think everyone is going to be subscribed to me. And I look forward to this opportunity you have provided for connecting at a deeper level with all of them. Thank you again. And thank you, Echo Leaf, for your presence as always. Leo Ruiz, you ask, do I know what the process is to live among monks? The process is very simple. To be a monk, you simply must renounce the world. And they'll gladly take you in if you're ready to do that. Oftentimes, before one becomes a sannyasi, one takes up a vow of brahmachari, however. And that is, to put it simply, a student. Become a student first, and if you're ready, then you can become a renunciant. But take your time. There is no rush. Of course, we have been waiting to deepen our spiritual understanding from endless lifetimes. So in that sense, there is no better time than today. However, take it slow. Don't jump in too deeply. And Mermander, you ask if I could offer you all some peace for the evening, feeling some anxious. Yeah, of course. The times that I'm not here, there is that talking you down from an anxiety attack video that I put on my ASMR YouTube channel. But given that I'm here now, of course, it's even easier for me. When anxiety does arise, try to relax into the sensation. It may feel like doing so might only increase its intensity. And that may be true for a moment. Like how when we decide to rip off a Band-Aid, yeah, for a moment, it becomes more intense. But it's worth it because, then there is the relief. Likewise, with anxiety, when we try to relax into it, there might be a moment of heightened panic, and then, there is the release. When we fight the anxiety, that's the real threat to our peace. It's the acceptance of it, like an old friend. Oh, anxiety, you are part of the human experience. I invite you in for tea. Let us be here together now. Share what you have. Welcome. And ironically, the anxiety dissipates quicker the more we welcome it. Now, who was it that asked? Kelsey, you asked, does renouncing the world mean only practicing spirituality? That's a good question. Yeah. Of course, there's many different ways to interpret it. Some do it very literally, where they leave their house, their family, and go live in a cave, like the story of the sadhu in the book we're reading. However, a wiser interpretation, according to the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna asks this exact question. Should I renounce my duties? Is it best to just become a wandering nomad? And Krishna says, no, this is the wrong interpretation of renunciation. The correct renunciation is not of one's duties, it's of one's outcomes to their duties. What does this mean? It means perform all of your worldly activities. Just don't expect anything in return from them, good or bad. Don't do it out of avoidance of some punishment or for the accumulation of some reward. Do the action itself as your spiritual duty. Then you are truly free. So in some sense, you are right, Kelsey, in that everything becomes your spiritual practice without any expectation of outcome. And thank you, Jared, for the watermelon love. I don't think I've ever received that gift before. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. And Dylan, you ask, are we wrong to struggle with implementing this? If you didn't struggle, I'd be more concerned. Because you'd be the world's first person to. Struggle is an inherent part of the spiritual journey. That's for sure. Could I repeat that one more time? Asks ASRC. Absolutely. In one sentence, you have a right to your actions, to your duty, but not to their rewards, to their outcomes. If we feel a sense of entitlement, it should be to the service that we can do for others. We are entitled to help people, but not to be rewarded for helping people or be punished for not doing it right. That outcome is not yours. Sometimes you can do your best job and still get a negative result. Other times you can do a poor job and get a great outcome. The point is, don't be concerned with the outcome. be concerned with applying your best effort here and now. That's where true lasting fulfillment comes. And thank you, Haley, for your team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. Kelsey, you share the quote. Act on your highest passion as long as possible, with no assumption of outcome. Very beautiful. Thanks for sharing, Kelsey, as always. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Lera, thank you for your fire. As always, I will be uploading the recording of these live streams to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. That's the first link in the link tree in my bio. And although you don't get the benefit of interacting directly, there are a lot of trade-offs that I think make it rather useful. For example, you can watch it anytime. You don't have to get here at the right time. You don't have the chat distracting you. And the comment section allows you to express yourself with more words. Also, you can shut me up at any time by clicking pause. You can always get me to re-say whatever I said by going back a few seconds, or skip to the end of my point by going forward a few seconds. And lastly, I think the greatest benefit is with modern technology. A program that I wrote transcribes everyone and then filters down the transcript into chapters for every minute, so you can click on exactly when a certain topic that you recalled suited your interest best. And every video is given a unique title and summary which uniquely fits to it. So it's no mere lifeless archive channel. There's a lot there to explore. And it's not my only channel too. My ASMR channel is also very alive. Yesterday we uploaded the 4th chapter of the ASMR Bhagavad Gita read-through. We read through the introduction, the 1st chapter on Arjuna's despondency, the 2nd chapter on an introduction to yoga, the 3rd chapter on karma yoga, the yoga of action, and now the 4th chapter on jnana yoga, the yoga of knowledge. It is a must-have book for all spiritual seekers from 5,160 years ago. Ancient, yet timeless at the same time. There I mentioned as well that I have a couple other ideas that pop up here and there on the ASMR channel, such as my talking you down from an anxiety attack video last week, and also planning on doing guided meditations and chanting there as well. I hope you look forward to. But those are my 2 YouTube channels. My only other advertisement is for these lovely garments hanging off my microphone, which are Yamsox. Here we have Yamsox between 2 Yamsox. These are custom designed Yamsox, which come in both black or white. It's available on the store section of the link tree in my bio. I think it's a funny way of getting something physical in return that's comfy for supporting me. And it's never expected, but it's an opportunity in case you ever wanted to receive anything physical in return for helping me. Currently, I'm funding my journey towards a trip to India, where I plan on expanding my comfort zone and connecting to the ancient culture there. There's also a tiny beanie. It has the tiny on it that says yippee. And actually, my funding for my trip to India is going really well, thanks to all of you. I'm most of the way there, probably 65% or so. I'll have to double check because I recently paid for my therapy session today, which you know is expensive, but it's important. Mental health is definitely up there on my priority list, but I'm gonna guess 65% of the way there, thereabouts. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Haley Queen, for your team bracelet earlier. 5 of them to be exact. And thank you, Jared, for a dozen cheer you ups. Radhe Radhe. And Tatvam Asi, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Madeline. That's very kind of you to express. You are loved too. Thank you, Jared, for another 7 roses from you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Dogmata, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, James, for your balloons. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Vince, for your rose and heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Madeleines, for your 22 roses. Radhe Radhe. And Vivian, thank you for your quintet of roses. And Mahina, thank you for your rose. Haribol. Now, may this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, our divine parents, in one of their innumerable forms. Through their love, all things are possible. Hare, no. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment.